Hello. Hello. Let me make some warm liquid before starting, etc. We're going to try a green tea from Tea Runners and see how it goes. Green tea for 9 in the morning. Get the brain braining. Hope today is chai day. We do have milk. We have milk. It is a possibility. Will games be programmed today? Not sure. Probably. Maybe we'll do compiler now and then a break and then games later. Because there's definitely some game stuff that I should do soon. Want to become famous? Buy followers. I don't think buying followers makes you... Having fake followers does not make you famous. Whose idea is that? How does that work? Do I think there's value in languages like TypeScript? No, just no. No. I mean... It's better to use TypeScript than JavaScript, but you should just stop playing in the kiddie pool and like compile the WebAssembly and just use a real language. One can become famous for allegedly being famous. I mean, I guess so, but it doesn't work like that. Okay. You're in a programming for visual arts class right now just for the credits. Well, that's your first problem. Like, look, the actual degree part of college is not actually, it's only worth signaling value, right? So, like, and depending on what college it is, not particularly good signaling value most of the time. Um, so if you're in a class just for the credits, you've kind of already agreed that you're doing a giant waste of time, right? So of course you should do something more worth your time if you value your time. So, yeah, I don't know. College student who wants to learn real programming instead of PHP. I mean, people don't even web programmers don't really use PHP anymore. So if you're being taught PHP, you're being taught a dead end, okay? What do I think about GC languages for getting things done, mainly for backend? I'll say the same thing there as I say all the time. If in fact these languages are so good at getting things done, why is productivity so low among the people who use them? Why does it take them like a year to make a fucking button, right? Like if I saw amazing productivity that was like much higher than mine, I would be like, wow, I guess I better switch to one of these languages. But I don't see that. I see productivity that's much lower than mine, like by more than an order of magnitude, like by 1.5. And it's like, didn't I? No, I'd never used XNA. XNA is not a thing. How many hours per day do I work on average? I don't know. I didn't work very much yesterday. I kind of took a break because I'd been working so many days. I mean, I probably worked 3 or 4 hours yesterday, all told. Someone on the internet lied to you. No big surprise. It was SDL. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. We used SDL on the side in the Linux port just to target Linux because that's what our Linux developer contractor wanted to do. We did not use SDL for the core game. Stop spreading lies, please. Thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't see advantages in Java, C# over C++. No, I mainly see disadvantages in those languages. Like C# does a few things better that are good, but memory management is not one of them. And the memory management causes so many problems that you can't get around. So it's no good. How many people played Braid on Linux? I don't know, but very few compared to the total audience of the game. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, so Go is a real programming language, right? Unlike something like JavaScript. So if you want to use that, it's totally fine. Like, it's just, you've got to realize that if you start, if you start really caring about performance, um, Go makes trade-offs away from performance in favor of some other things. Even though the idea, like, and I sort of see how it played out, right? Like, I think originally the idea was, no, we think we can get all the performance and these other things. And it just didn't work out that way, right? So you have to realize if you ever want to do high performance server things, you probably shouldn't be using Go. But if you just want to, the thing is, almost nobody in the world does high performance server things because they don't know how. So, um, eh. Have I ever met Gabe? Yeah, I have. If you have a new idea that is better than the one you are working on now, should you switch? Um, it depends. Okay, this is a very interesting question, actually. So, A, how much time is left on the thing that you're working on now, right? If you can finish it pretty quickly, then maybe you should finish it, right? B, how sure are you that the new idea really is better as opposed to something that you're more excited about because you're used to the thing you're working on, right? If the new idea really is a lot better and it'll take a long time before you could do it, then maybe you should switch. But if it's maybe not really better and actually switching is an excuse for you to give up working on the current thing because you just don't want to, then that would be a bad move. So, like, you have to exercise judgment over these things. That said, like, it is important to be trying to work on the best thing that you can at any given time. And so if something really is like a lot better than what you're currently doing, then maybe it's worth switching. Scripting languages are not a good idea. Don't ever use them. They're not a good idea. Scripting languages are an idea from frickin' 1995 that seemed like a good idea for like 4 years, and then we realized, oh, they're a bad idea. The amount of project diversions you have should be proportional to the number of things you've already shipped. Um, that sort of makes sense to me in the beginning and middle. Like, after you're very experienced and have shipped a lot of stuff, maybe it actually doesn't make that much sense because you don't want to be, when you're experienced, you shouldn't be flailing around 17 times, right? But I think it's true in the sense that if you've never shipped anything, you probably should ship something, you know? Would I say they're universally a bad idea? Yes. Yes. Scripting languages they're not a good solution to pretty much anything. There are better ways of getting any benefit that you think you're getting from a scripting language. What's the best language for getting things done really quick? Not a performance application, but like a shell script. You're making too many assumptions in the question. Why do you think shell script languages are good for doing things at all? Like they're not. They're just not. Like unless what you want to do is like run a couple of programs in a row, they're not good for really anything and you shouldn't use them. Wouldn't scripting languages be a good idea for prototyping of language editor program visualization ideas? What do you mean? Or like, what's an example? And why would a scripting language be faster at that than a regular programming language? Like what you have to answer the thesis of like what is the scripting language doing for you that's supposed to be better? Okay. So, let's see. I want to get closer to delivering more value to the people because we have a batch of value here. And it's been a while. It's been 10 days since we delivered value to the people. And I think there's some value that is not in the log here. Let me see. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't announce that yet. Let me see what this one was. Oh, wow. That's a lot of changes. Oh. Oops. That was dumb of me. I think it's like code changed a lot. Over time. All right. I'm just looking at someone else's changes right now to understand what the solution was. Oh, okay. Yeah. This was some stuff that I put in to debug this thing that is now fixed, so we don't need it. That's great. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It seems to you that text does not work very well for code. Okay. Sounds like you've never used an editor that like highlights things for you. Given that example about trying to find returns or whatever, if returns are important, make them look important. Okay. So let me look in the mailbag. We actually got a little report about SIMP. Oh, you know what? My shell is still dead. It died yesterday. We're going to have to just close this window and hope that that kills the process. Shut up. All right. Modules, SIMP, examples. All right. All right, cool. So if the rendering size is larger than the window size, then backend init needs a GL viewport. Why? Are we using this? Okay, I'm just going to say on the SIMP thing, I don't see a repro. I am not able to for that to decide what is a good idea. Note that in general, having a render size bigger than the window size is a waste anyway, unless you have your own post-process step that uses the extra data, which SIMP doesn't. Okay. Okay. What do I do now? I think I want to figure out how in Windows do we stop because whenever we do a windowed program here, right? No, actually, this doesn't do a console. Oh, probably because I launched it from a console. So if I go modules, SIMP, example. Yeah, so it's going to start a console. So like we have never gotten around to providing a way for people to not do that. -M Windows. Okay, right. So I guess I've forgotten this detail. I guess on Windows, the deal is if you use WinMain as your entry point, it won't open a console. And if you use main as your entry point, it will, or something like that. There is a subsystem flag. Subsystem : Windows entry : main CRT startup. I don't know what those are options for. For main with no console. PE header has a subsystem flag. Right now we are writing out an object file. Yeah. So we can just add a way to do this. And I think the right way to do it is, because we also had a request to be able to pass something else to the linker. I'm just thinking about how long-term, okay. If we do this by saying these are the flags you pass to the linker, then long-term, what if we get rid of the linker, which we want to do, then you don't have a way to do it anymore, right? So you would need the way to specify that flag anyway. That said, in the meantime, while linker is being used, which is the foreseeable future, it's probably good to be able to pass it stuff anyway. The thing is, I mean, so you already can just run your own link command, right? That's just a thing that you have the ability to do. Or you can run whatever, say, like you can just, the thing will tell you when it's time to link, and you can do whatever you want, right? Including run a link command. That said, that's a little bit of work for people. Like, let me just go look at how much that is in the Sokoban game where we do that, right? So we have this run custom link command, and we sort of decide based on the platform what linker to run and all these things. I don't know why these are in here, because we do not build for anything else right now, but are we even saying use LLD? Yeah. Anyway, we do a bunch of stuff here, right? To like figure out what options we want to set based on operating system and all that. That's useful to be able to do this, but you can see that it's maybe more than we want. Like more than we want you to have to do. If you just want to set something like linker options, right? So it's also like I forget what we set to say. There's something we do that we say, hey, we're going to use a custom link command that I don't even remember. No, it's this. It's use custom link command. Right. That's not as fast. Our fast build is not as fast. Oh, because it's x64. There we go. Yeah, so fast is default. I forget these things. Okay. Let's go. So we could say where we have use custom link command, we could say additional linker arguments, right? So we'll leave that flag up there with the flags because we're probably going to compact that into a flags word at some point. But like down here, we could say additional linker arguments. All right. And so arguments to pass to the linker in addition to what the compiler, if a linker is invoked, also pass these arguments to the linker in addition to what the compiler would already pass if you want to override the compiler's arguments and control linking completely. Use a custom link command instead of this. See, this is okay. This is starting to get a little squirrely though, because it's like this is a little bit redundant. I'm just going to make a note about this at the bottom. Build options dot additional linker arguments is redundant functionally with use custom link command. The problem is right now using a custom link command is a high effort thing and also requires an external metaprogram, whereas linker arguments can be set from the target program itself via a run. Ideally, we'd like a way to just call a function that then somehow makes an additional, somehow makes a custom link command happen. But how to do that without making custom link commands themselves way more complicated? Question mark. Okay. So I'm just going to leave that note there. Okay. So do I really want to push the button on doing this? I think for now it's the right thing. Okay. So here we need to say where did we put it? We put it right after import path. And this says additional linker arguments. And when we set the compiler settings, really? What? Does anyone ever say that? Modules path is dirty. Okay, but that's a new interp. This is, okay. We're going to clean this up. We're going to clean up modules path is dirty, but not till after we finish this other thing. So I'm going to put it on this piece of paper here, because we want to make the compiler as simple as possible. This was to track, you used to be able to change the build options like in the middle of compilation, and we decided that was a bad idea for many reasons. Okay, so that'll be nice because we'll get rid of some if statements, but not yet. So here when we set build options, okay. I mean, we might go as far as to make a function that says compiler add linker arguments, because instead of this even, because you're like, well, maybe we do that here. I don't really like adding, like, I don't want to add more complexity, right? But it's already kind of steamrolling, because it's like, we want to add linker arguments, but if we put them in build options, which is a natural place for them, then you can't actually do it from a run directive. So maybe it shouldn't be in build options at all. Maybe instead we make it a separate function. That said, the thing about build options is you could say get build options, right? And you can see what those things are. So it's not totally invisible to your program. Although it may not be, well, like, you know, what if somebody adds linker options after you call that or whatever, right? Trying to think about what is the simplest way to do this. It's not clear. It is not clear. The official wiki, let me see. We don't have any official wiki that the compiler developers run, but there is one that the beta users have done. Oh, I don't know. That link doesn't go anywhere. Okay. How high is the bit rate? It's like in the multiple K bit rate. Look how much bit rate we need for all this text. You know what I'm saying? $24. Yeah. The bit rate is 24. Forget about it. Forget about it. Yeah, they did raise the cap. They raised the cap to 24 a while back. Okay, I'm having a genuine moral dilemma here. This is worse than the moral dilemma at the end of BioShock, right? Like, this is a small, simple thing. I don't want to add a lot of complexity for it. But you can't right now not have a console window happen. That's pretty bad, because that means you're not in control of what your program does completely, right? Unless, well, no, that's not true, right? You can do it by having a meta program and doing the additional, whatever, doing your own link program. All right. Now, instead of doing an additional linker arguments thing, we could do a thing where it's just a flag, like an OS flags, right? There's OS flags and the Windows flag says no console. That's a different route. Either way, I was going to make a function that just does this for you, so you don't have to know the implementation detail. So I'm not sure that matters. But either way, whether it's a flag or additional arguments like this, if we put it on build options, you cannot change it. How about if I do a different thing? Here's an idea. This seems cleaner to me. Even though it seems like more of a thing, it seems cleaner. Right now, there's this thing, build options, that's full of stuff, right? It's full of stuff. Most of it you can't change after you start up, but there's a little bit that we let you change. We let you change, for example, the output type to no output, right? Okay. But that the way that works is kind of messy because we literally just like check the options. All right. What if I make a different struct? And this different struct, people who are in the beta, I saw there's at least one beta person. What if I make a different struct called like build options that you could actually set after compilation starts, but it has a shorter name than that. And it's got maybe like a Boolean instead of all these enums because you can't set these after compilation starts. Although maybe we should let you do that. But whether we let you do, like, it would have just the things that you could do after compilation starts. And that would include right now being able to set additional linker arguments, right? Then you could set that and it would be very clear what you're able to do. And this weird hack would go away, which would make things less complicated and more clean. And that would allow us to designate other things. Like maybe the output executable name, we let you set this, right? During compilation. There's a little bit of reason not to do that, you know, but we could, if we define this a little, because the reason is maybe we create temporary files that have the executable name in it, that have like the added strings or whatever, but maybe not. What's the current reason not to be able to change build options during compilation? Because a lot of these things are going to be like being worked on by some thread somewhere, and that thread is doing like no cast bounds check. And then if you turn it on in the middle of compilation, you're going to get, first of all, if we even make it work correctly, which would be nutballs, you would get an indeterminate result that's not well defined anyway, right? So we don't allow that. Why console elimination couldn't be a runtime option to the compiler? Because it only makes sense on Windows, and we're trying to not have command line arguments. Like, because now anytime someone compiles your program, they have to know to put that on the command line argument, which is crap. You're exporting this thing now to the user of who's compiling your program. Okay, so let's do this because I feel good about this because we're removing something that was a little bit of a gross hack. And we're instead doing something else. And I think we can't really change. We could look into changing like dynamic library, static library right now. Now the problem is I don't want to disable this all the way because some people's code does this right now where they run a thing that sets build options to false. In fact, probably a number of people's code does this. But what we'll do is we'll issue a warning in here. We'll let it live for a few betas and we'll like shut it off later, right? And that'll clean this up, which will be great. Then it'll be very clear, like, look, you could only call set build options before compilation starts. If you want to call something in the middle of it, you do this other thing. Okay. So what is that other thing? We actually should also look at this use Visual Studio message format. That's something that someone on the team added a long time ago. It doesn't seem right to me. Like we could have an enum with a couple of options of, this is for like, how do you print the file and line number and whatever, right? And there might be other options that some editors or whatever parse better that I haven't even thought about. So that could be another thing that we could do today, maybe. Okay. So what do we call this thing that's a shorter name than the following? build options that can be set at runtime. Like we would like a shorter thing than that. Maybe just runtime, or not. That can. It's not at runtime. It's that can be set after compilation has begun. That can be set. Okay, and this will be disable output. Output type no output. And additional linker arguments. Compile time mutable options, build option mutable factory bean factory impl. Yeah. Okay. You know what? You know what? I almost like this name. I mean, it's a very understandable name. The problem is making people type this all the time. But I almost actually want this to be the name. No output equals false to output equals true seems better. It doesn't in this case. No. Because what we're literally saying is set this enum to the value no output. You know what? Actually, here's what we can do. We just have a function. We could say well, I don't know. Okay, we could have a function that just has two arguments that you call. The advantage of that is that you don't have to think about a data structure or whatever. The advantage of the data structure is we could put more things in here. Actually, I like putting more things in here. And actually, you may not have to type this name anyway, because you could say set build options. I don't know. We might want to give this another name, but you could just say true. Right? Although, maybe Maybe we do want to toggle this, actually, the more I think about it. Because reading something like this, it's like, But I do like how convenient this is, because I could say like this, and then whatever those frickin' arguments were, right? These things. Like if we're on Windows. Like that's pretty short and nice, relatively. I mean, considering the garbage we have to deal with. So you would just, if you just, put this. Well, no, you would never do both of these at the same time is the thing, right? Because, okay, you would never do both of these because this is for a windowed program and this is for whatever. So there are two things you would do with this, right? You would do this for disable output. This is just a meta program. And you would do this for don't open a console. So this is just like a very fast line that people could add to their program. Oh, but you would have to say, that's a little bit longer, but you can read it and it's very clear, right? So like this is just a line that you could put in your program if you want to. Maybe we would make modules like simp or something, add that by default, unless you say not to. I don't know. I wonder what our convention should be for that kind of thing. Yeah, you could run as big of a thing as you want. Okay. I think this is the thing that we do. I like this. I like this generally. And I'm going to leave, I don't have a better name for this. Okay, let's look at so I don't know if I want to give this version of set build options a different name. During compilation. Yeah, that could be. I mean, that's still not short, but Let's see. During compilation. And instead of that can be set, we could say settable during compilation, right? That's a little shorter. It's not that much shorter. See, once you, like, I've thought about stuff like post-compilation build options or whatever, but the thing is, like, I don't know what post-compilation build option means when I read that name. Like, what? Whereas this, like, this is in English, right? I can read this and understand this. That said, it is a cumbersome name, right? But, like, I kind of want to experiment with names like this. Especially, so the thing to remember is, in a language like C, first of all, C was designed in the day of when you used frickin' teletypes a lot of the time still. So, like, they would leave, like, the word E off of create because it's fewer characters, right? But then, even in the days of when C++ started, you still had to type the types all the time, right? Now, when you have good type inference, you don't have to type the names of types all the time. So it's more feasible that you could have longer names that are more explanatory because you don't have to type them very much. And, you know, you probably are using some IDE that completes it for you anyway. So it's just like, oh, it takes more characters on the screen. So, like, I maybe want to experiment with stuff like this. Compilation time build options. Again, I don't know what that means as a new person trying to learn the language. Post-comp T, yeah, exactly. Bop pcomp T, exactly. Some versions of C, you only got 6 characters for an identifier. I'm not surprised. That's not any version that I ever used, but I'm not surprised. Also, we could just make an alias for this, right? That's shorter if we want. Yeah, we could say settable instead of that can be set. It's one syllable less. And it's some characters less. Transient build options, I have no idea what that means. They're not transient because they stay applied. Please make my program not have a terminal window. I mean, the whole that can be set should be inferred by the fact that it's a build option. Not really, because when you're compiling, you can call get build options all you want, right? There's no prohibition about calling get build options in the middle of compilation. A bunch of less underscores. Yeah, I mean, so that's a thing too. Like, so this is a thing maybe that I should ask the people about. Like my personal typing style, or my personal, like I settled on a style a long time ago, which is when I was programming C++, which is like what you see here. It maybe does require more typing. Maybe it's more readable to have underscores when you're looking at it. Maybe it's not if you just do like camel case or whatever. So like the question is, what is the official style of all these headers going to be? Like if we do this, right? Like, is that doesn't seem more readable to me, right? That said, I could imagine some kind of syntax highlighting that like looked at a camel case identifier like this and like gradually if you imagine you had like full intensity at the start of a word and it got slightly dimmer toward the end so that you could pick out the individual words more easily, this might be more readable, but it's not right now. It looks like a blob, whereas this doesn't look like a blob, but it is harder to type. But then everybody has autocomplete, so I don't know. Like the thing about underscores is the problem that I always have is actually underscores in lowercase words, right? If I type like x64 options, I often make this mistake where I accidentally capitalize the thing after the underscore because my finger on the shift key doesn't come up fast enough. So that's really, actually, that's the bigger issue, I think, is like for variables like this, maybe we just want to do it in more like a camel case, but then that makes it less different than, like, I kind of like uppercase for data structures and stuff and lowercase for variables. That said, Casey does the opposite convention because he's trying to be consistent with, like, I think data type declarations in C and stuff. Change the hyphen. Problem with that is you can't have operator minus anymore. Casey is a lunatic. Well, but I understand what he's doing, right? Okay, now we've entered into syntax rat holing, so I'm very sad about that. I'm not going to worry about this right now. This was a tangent, right? What we're actually working on is this. And you know what? I'm just going to go forward. Like even the word settable, it's like less, it's like trying to be more formal. Whereas that can be set, it's like you're keeping it real, right? You could go to a Trump rally and say that could be set and people don't think you're being pretentious or whatever. Whereas if you go to a Trump rally and say settable, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Okay. So we will be able to change this name later if we want. It's fine. Okay, if unset, do nothing. If set, okay. Let's say do output. Let's take that suggestion. And we're going to say if true, do nothing. If false, set build options.output type to no output. Right? That's the right thing, right? Output type, yeah. Okay. Now the difficulty that I have with set build options is we have to have the compiler understand that this is a different overload than this. And I don't know. I don't know if I have a way of doing this right now. Let's see. Like, does that actually, I don't think that actually works right now. Oh, maybe it does. Okay. So we can make this work in the Sokoban program. I have so many of these frickin' files. Kill that. Okay. So yeah, instead of doing this dance up here where we say get build options, what is this dummy for? We didn't even need that. Instead of doing this, right, we would just say set build options. Okay, we can't actually I kind of want to give this a different name, because if you want to use an anonymous thing like this, then it's going to overload test that against both of them. Right? I mean, we could say do output equals false in the, I guess. Undeclared identifier, what? I'm not sure why that's not working. We might have a little bit of a compiler bug to look into. Let's get this working and then figure out why that didn't do. So so we're going to say options is one of these. Right? Options that do output is false, and then we're going to call this. Now, that's still not, it's not going to work because we don't have the internals set up to do this. Wait, what? Sorry, options. That. Okay. Attempt to evaluate an unknown compile time procedure, because we don't know what this is yet inside the compiler, which is fine. That's expected. Okay. Let's go to here, and we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to echo this into C++. And there we go. Okay, so we're not even going to pay attention to the additional linker arguments yet. I'm re-upping my green tea for round 2. Fight. Round 2. Wow, 33 months. That is a full year. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. So, build options that could be set during compilation. And then we'll figure out WTF is happening here, because that, I think, should really work. Okay. So first, so we're going to do this. Look at all these bytes that we could save in our source code. Okay. Now, when we go down to here, this is going to be a warning now. Calling set build options of build options during compile time is no longer supported. It will be removed in a few betas. For now, please switch to the overload that takes a build. Like, dude, I don't even want to type this. That. Okay, so we're going to give people a warning when they do that thing. Then for the set build options 2, we're going to do this same thing. Okay. Okay. If, okay, we're going to say source cast to a this thing r0 dot pointer. Then we say I think we're just going to go target build options that output type equals BO no output. All right. And then no check-in, do the additional linker options. Okay. Unexpected token struct. I didn't put a semicolon. Syntax error. Oh. Yeah, I'm in the wrong programming language. I'm in the wrong programming language. Static cast. Reinterpret cast? I don't know. How often do I implement a feature in the compiler based on something you notice is missing while working on the game? Almost never now. We stopped doing that a long time ago because we got everything. Okay. So default metaprogram, let's fix that. Okay. Wait. Why is it still... What? Is deprecated. It's not no longer supported. It's still supported. We're just going to get rid of it. Why are we hitting that? Is there some other set build options? Oh, right. We only want to say that if we started. Yeah, I misread this conditional. All right, so there we go. No more warnings here. We're going to have lots of warnings in like the demos and stuff. But for now, we have gotten rid of those warnings. And you will note it worked because compilation succeeded. So that's good. Now we're going to run the game and you note that, oh, actually, let's actually use the simp example because it's simp, right? So, whoops, it opens a console still. So we're going to want to go to the simp example. Actually, that's where we were. Let's go back here. Okay. So when we run it from here, we yeah. All right. So we want to enable that example to say no console. All right. But in order to do that, all right, let's just attempt both at the same time. See what happens. If source linker additional linker options dot count append linker options target Okay, this is worrying me. Because you could actually call this. You could actually call this in erase with when these options are being used. So like we still kind of need a build options mutex because well, we could actually make this an error if you set them too late. Oh boy, my green tea has been steeping a long time. It might be too steeped. It's a little too steeped. Okay. So like the problem is you could set this at an inappropriate time from your external metaprogram. So we're just gonna maybe we should error if you do something weird and set this too late. But for now, we'll just, no, we'll error. Okay, we'll error. We want to check the phase or where is this? So like we send these messages like pre-write executable and stuff. Oh, that's the message. Right. Okay. So it's like once we get here, yeah, we also could let you set the entry point name maybe up to this time. We'll look into that stuff later now that we have a formalization for this. Yeah, like we do a lot of stuff. And then by the time we get here, it's definitely too late, right? We do kind of need a mutex here, though, which sucks. I mean, not totally, but we probably could use an existing one. It wouldn't matter. This is going to be a very low traffic thing. I mean, do we send these back to the custom link command as well? Like, I'm a little unclear. Maybe not right now. Somebody's going to ask for that eventually, but let's not worry about it. Let's not worry about it. Okay. So we're going to just have a thing on interp that says, we should have had this before anyway, because there still is kind of a race in here. It's just very hard to trigger. Do we have a mutex? What mutexes do we have? We have mutex, global foreign library, inserter, parsers, async actions, reinfer, run directive, program parameters, output queues. Oh, that's on dependency pipe. Okay. Let's just have one called build options mutex. Compile build options that can be set at compile time. Or was it during compilation? During compilation. So we're going to have a Boolean here called too late to set build options that can be set during compilation. All right. We've got to init this mutex. At some point, we'll do a batch mutex in it. Okay. Now, when we go down here, what file were we just in? Pump. So when we send out the pre-write executable, yeah, as soon as we enter this function, we're going to say it's too late. It's too late. All right. So here, we could just use an atomic. Like that would just be simpler. Let's just do that. We'll see if we want to change back. Okay. We're going to say attempt to call we probably should report workspace names all the time, but I'm not going to do that right now. Attempt to call set build options on workspace %d, but it has let me put that on the list for today, workspace names. It has already proceeded to writing the executable, so even build options that can be set during compilation can no longer be set. Okay. Else, oh, and this is a target workspace handle. All right. Otherwise, we do this stuff. All right. Okay. So we're going to get rid of this mutex that, like, I don't know why. Okay. It's Infinity Ward, not Infinity War, guys. Error in transcription for quote. Does build options have a mutex? No. No, you're not allowed to set build options after things start. if you're a programmer for Avengers Infinity War. You know what? I deserve some dark chocolate peanut butter cups. That's what I think. Oh, is my camera glitching out? Cool. All right. I need the mutex, guys. I'm stupid. Because we don't need the mutex around just checking this variable. We need it around setting the linker options. All right. So if you want to get good like me, you actually have to be better than me and actually know what a mutex is for. All right. Because I was not good enough to know. That's what you were asking. I missed the question in all the JavaScript talk. Okay. Let's bring back the mutex. I knew it. I knew I was going to have to. I just had this feeling. Right, because that side could have decided it's okay to change the things, and then it goes changing the things while we're doing this, right? So it has to hold the mutex all the way through setting the options. As long as I do that, okay. Okay, so instead of like doing this scope lock thing or atomic read, wait. Or maybe we do the scope lock thing, I guess, right? Okay, so too late is too late to set build options. Okay, something like that. I'm sure I've not adapted everything. TO, not TO, T007. Additional linker options. Really? Additional linker arguments. Sure is taking a long time to do a simple thing here. Okay, so we don't have an append linker arguments. We're just going to run this again and make sure it goes. Great. Okay. So, now that we know how to program, what do? We want to append these arguments. Let's just write the function. It's gross. I probably maybe have something. All right. Okay. What do we do here? Well, is it going to not let me do this cast? All right. Okay. I also have to figure out when we call set build options. What do we do there? Like, do we want to copy this stuff? Or do we want to say that if you set build options for this array, it should be in permanent memory and it just is what it is? Not sure. Oh, copy allocated build options. Let's look at that for a second. Where does that live? Oh yeah, these are actually not even char star stars. Duh. Okay. Where's that? Okay. Let's do this. Append. Okay. We're going to do this. And instead of append linker arguments, we're going to say if, okay, auto new arguments equals append array view 64. It's just, this is weird. New string target target additional linker arguments, source additional linker arguments. Okay, so I'm going to do that. And then here we're going to go source.a.count plus b.count. All right. Result.count is count. Okay. A.data. While I is less than count, we're going to do this. I++. Okay. And then, or sorry, while I is less than a.count, while I is less than b.count. No, you know what? Okay, hold on. Undo. Undo where? Here we go. A.count. All right. And then b.count is a.count plus I. It's copy string, right? And then source base is going to be B. Okay. That's better. And then we return the results. Additional linker arguments. Build options. Okay. Okay, and then if that free let's put .data there, and then equals new arguments. Okay, cool. Addition. Okay. Maybe that works. Let's go here and do our thing now. So now we still haven't figured out, again, why we can't do the super overload, right? Anyway, we're going to go into the simp example here. And we're just going to say, we're going to run the following. Options dot additional linker arguments equals dot, and then the thing, you know the thing. You know the thing. This thing. Okay? And then we set that. There's no build options that can be set during compilation. What? All right. Okay. Hey, look. Wonderful. There's no console window. It worked. And if we comment this out, then there, oh wait, no, there's no console window because we're running, okay, hold on. No, because we're running it from a console already. We have to run it from, we knew this, we have to run it from over here. Let's just see if we can see the options. No, we can't see the options because we never use them, guys. It doesn't work. If I click on this, it will still have a console window. The reason why is because we have done all this, but we are not actually using the options. But we're almost there. We're almost to the point of return. So it's like the point of no return, but without the no. So like we do this, we set this, we do all this stuff. We don't actually use the additional linker arguments. Okay. So run default link command. Okay. What is that? That's going to be in run external programs. Run default link command. I mean, do we pass your things to run default lib command? I guess so. All right, get default link command. Where's that? Okay. So we're going to have a function that's like add additional linker arguments. All right. Who knows if that's a good idea? Anyway, add additional linker arguments. All right, now we need this as well. Okay. Now what? Well, we have to define this, obviously. Yeah, okay. Add additional linker arguments, right? Yeah. So in here, we're going to do this for interp build options. Oh, lol. Auto interp build options dot additional linker arguments. Look at all the little plumbing that we're doing today. It's like I'm a plumber. I'm a Mario plumber. I compiled with the arguments commented out. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You looked away from the stream for a quarter of a second while I changed that. Okay. Okay. All right. Do we see it in here? There we go. Subsystem Windows entry main CRT. After all that, here we go. So there's no console window now. Okay, we finally, you know the thing. Joe Biden would be happy for us. We finally do. I have my first ever project. My first ever project would be a game I wrote on the Commodore VIC-20 when I was 10 years old. No, I don't have it. Okay, I think this will make a few people happy. It also makes me happy in that we've gotten rid of one of the things that was a little bit ugly, namely the weird setting certain members of build options at certain times, right? Now, I don't yet want to check this in because I want to figure out what is the deal with why we couldn't just call it overloaded, because you're supposed to be able to do that, and that might be a stupid problem. All right, so all our no check-ins are in the places. We do have a lot of them, right? But they're like these places where we were like, why can't I do this other thing? So let's figure that out now. So for example, why can I not just do this? Very readable, Very clear. Why can't I do that? People. Undeclared identifier do output. As we expected. Let's put this in a much simpler program. Let's just like do this, right? We'll still get that error because it's in default metaprogram, right? So we're just super simplifying. We're going to go here and make sure, yep, okay. We want to see where are we getting there? Stuck pipe for some reason. So, okay, hold on. What if I take one step closer and just do this? Does that work? Whoops. Right, like this boots up before we even compile the program. So I think that means it works now. Okay. So why are we getting a stuck pipe? It's something to do with overloading and stuff. Like if I do this, I bet it also compiles. Yes. So it's something about the non-working overload not shim-shammying. Okay. Let's start cataloging for the people before we forget. So these are features, so they go at the top. In order to clean up the weird situation about calling set build options after compile time has started, we added a new data structure. Define a new data structure with a fun name. Modules compiler.this and the new overload of set build options that operates on this. Now a shorter way to set build output to no output is as follows. We're going to lie for a second because this doesn't totally work yet, but we're going to make it work. Whoops. Set build options, do output is false. You can also use this to set the new, to append to the new additional linker commands in build options. Options. Okay. Come on, guys. All right. Added build options dot additional linker arguments. It's arguments, not commands. It's arguments. dot additional linker arguments to make it easy to append things to the linker arguments without having an external meta program and making your own custom link command. Added. So where do we, like Windows resources, we could put this? Resources dot disable runtime console window, a procedure you can call at compile time for a windowed program to disable the opening of the console at runtime. It does this by passing appending to build options dot additional linker arguments. Okay. So, let's put this down here because we're not going to do this in build options. It does this by appending to it does this using build options that can be set during compilation, so you can use this directly from a run without needing an external meta program. Okay, so let's do this, and then we'll also mark this note, no check-in. I mean, this is a little bit weird. Yeah. Anyway. So, disable runtime console window does the following. Call this at compile time via a run to disable the console at runtime. Run disable runtime console. Let's call it console. The console window is a little bit redundant, right? Okay, look at all the value now. See, I mean, sometimes explaining the value takes space, but it's time to deliver value to the people soon. Okay. Call this at compile time, and this is just going to say, because this is very operating system dependent, right? So we're going to say if OS is Windows, import Windows resources, and disable runtime console. Actually, like that. So we'll make sure that that still works. Okay. So just as a matter of dependency cleanup, maybe we don't want this to be in compiler actually, but anyway, there we go. So we're going to want to be able to do the option that uses the overloading as well. All right. So let's make sure that works. Oh, yes. Hold on. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Let's go back to this for a second. Oh, yeah. This is compiler dot and compiler dot because we namespaced it. Okay. Did that work? Still no console. Yay. Okay. That's great. That's great. Okay. Now we got to figure out the overloading thing. Okay. I hope people appreciated the enum +1 thing. I think so. Okay. So what is the deal with airplane food here? If we go into default meta program now and I do this, what is going on here? Why do we have a stuck pipe? Okay, so this is going to be do output. It is on this lambda body. which I guess is the body of this whole ass procedure, right? Line 23, which is probably way up here. Yes. So, okay. When does this identifier get created? I feel like it is a copy, but I don't know if I can tell that by looking at it. Maybe I can. Maybe not. So this is a weird thing having to do with, we changed this actually on stream maybe a couple betas ago, I forget, maybe last beta. We were having a problem with overloading and stuff like this, like struct and array anonymous literals, and there's apparently still a problem. Why? I don't know. So let's just see where this identifier was created. In the parser. Okay, so let's take a look at, okay, because we're in the parser here, we have the pointer to the struct literal. Struct literal info especially. We could do this. So result here, right? And I don't know why Visual Studio doesn't make this easier. I don't answer that. I actually know. Okay, so we can stash this for later. And then here, when we're reporting the error, I can say, let's look and see if we did anything to this literal, right? So it's still a struct literal, which is good. We can look in values, struct literal info, and it's still waiting for type binding. Which is weird. I assume that what happens is we copy it for overloads. We copy it for overloads or something. And the original, the pre-copied value doesn't ever get told not to worry or something? Question mark? Or maybe that call just never satisfies. Like what? Let's actually look at that procedure call. That's going to be on line 144. Let's just make sure that that does what we think it is supposed to do. All right. Okay. This is going to be in default metaprogram, right? Because there's nothing else is loaded. Yes. So we're going to resolve the overloads here. How many overloads have we got? We have 2. Great. 2 overloads. First overload. This is going to be... It's going to be the one we don't want. We did not we did success. Okay. So that's fine. And here we should also success. Yes, okay. So they both passed so far, which is actually fine because we're not done with the overload resolution process. Now here, this should fail for the first overload, I think, right? Yes. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, did we yield on something? Hold on. Or did we bug? Either of those is a possibility. All right. Okay. So we yielded on the identifier. Which isn't how that's supposed to go. So that might be a side effect of what we did. Whoops, dang it. Okay. Dang it, guys. You know what? I just realized something. Even after we fix this, the way that we're doing this in Windows, in Windows resources, this, if we do the short option, is not actually going to work because this name also exists in build options. So it'll be an ambiguous overload. So this is weird because it's like a moral choice, even worse than the moral choice in BioShock. You kind of want to have these have the same name because they correspond to each other and one goes into the other one. But you don't want them to have the same name for usability purposes so people could just ting-tangle it, right? You want people, I'm trying to say, instead of this, right, you want people to be able to say the following. And right now, even after we fix this problem, that will not even work because it'll be ambiguous because both structs have that. Now, A, we could just change the name of the function so we don't have to worry about it. B, we could change the name of that. We could just say linker arguments or something, right? We could say append. We could say append linker arguments because that's what it does. It doesn't override the ones in build options. It just adds more. Oh, also this is not even right. This is like that. Or we could give this a really short type name. Okay, close some windows. I don't know what to do about this. But we have time to think about it. No, you know what? Yeah, we'll make it append linker arguments. We'll make it append linker arguments, but not yet. Because we got to figure out our bug. Because we want this to work for the people. Okay, so we get to here. We call type check one overload. And we yield for some reason. It's not varargs. We're not polymorph matching. Thankfully, it is a much simpler situation. We get down to check that types match. So let's make this easy. All right. Just keep making breadcrumbs that help us get back here. All right, so check that types match. We're going to get to the anonymous struct part. Silent check should be set, right? Yep, okay. Autocast, unary dereference. Unary literal. Yes. Yes. It's a literal. Literal. Hardened struct literal. This doesn't fail ever. Right, if I step down into this, we make a new struct literal info that has all the things. We make a new literal. We make a new literal info. Wait, where's the... Oh, it gets set here. We set the struct type. We set silent check to true. But that doesn't help us. And we don't even copy these input expressions, which means that it still doesn't work. Like we could go infer these for different types. We need to like completely copy the literal every time that we test an overload, which sucks. In future architectures of the compiler, maybe we won't have to do that. No, this is still, you know, I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, there are multiple problems here. One is there's actually no way for this type match to fail. Two, it's going to generate incorrect results in some cases. Do I care right now, or do I just want to punt and like check this in? I think I want to punt and check this in for now, and then put on the list to simplify and remove that out. Because the thing is, this could get pretty messy. So I'm gonna put it on the list. It's orthogonal. We want to fix it very soon, but it is orthogonal to what we're working on. And like if it was a simple fix, I would be like, let's just do it at the same time and check it in. It is not a simple fix. Okay. What should I write down? I would say matching line 1122 does not let us overload by struct literal for two reasons. One, incomplete copy. Two, no way to fail matching question mark. But it sort of seems like it does, because like, what is silent check for? Like maybe there's a way for it to fail matching if there's members of the same name, but different types, right? But not if there's no identifier. So I'm going to write down undeclared identifier. We also need much more coverage for this. We need a whole file that's just like coverage of trying this in a few different cases, because clearly we want it to work better than it does. Okay. And then I'm going to write down simplify calls to set build options. Okay. For now, we are just going to hunt down all the no check-ins, and we're just going to we're just going to do it as follows. Okay, boom. There's one in simp, except no. Wait, I deleted that. Why does this not understand? Because it's old. Okay, Windows resources. Whoops. Actually, let me try to become an expert. Previous command was not a yank. Emacs sucks, dude. All right. Okay. Boom. And that works. Lol, we get to make it even longer. Compiler dot. Ha ha ha. Okay. And we run this, and there's no console window, but we're still a very colorful simp. If you import inside a proc, does that mean the module won't be loaded if the proc is never called? Okay, this is a thing that maybe we need a how-to about. I delayed doing it. I delayed doing it because things were changing and I wasn't sure. But okay, there's a concept in the compiler of like code becoming live, right? So the answer is this import happens when this becomes live. When does it become live? Well, if it's polymorphic, right, then you don't know the types, and so the body of the procedure doesn't really exist, right? So it becomes live when you polymorph it. This is in a module, and by default, we compile with dead code elimination. So yes, if you use dead code elimination, this will not be live, and you won't import compiler unless you call this. But if you run with no dead code elimination, you will import it, right? we could actually change that to be when you call it instead. That might not be that much harder. That might be a more consistent thing. Actually, no, you can't do that, because if we ever generate the body of the procedure, we have to import this, right? So it has to be tied to dead code elimination. Anything else to say about that? Anything else to say about when code becomes live? Not really. I don't know. There's probably more to say. Yeah, and so if you wanted to force it to have to be called even with no dead code elimination, you could make it polymorphic, right? Like you could do, this is a stupid hack, but you could do the following thing, like $t equals 0, right? So like when you call the function, you know, this this gets a default argument, right? And then it's fine. But if you don't call the function, it's polymorphic and it won't build, right? And that's kind of a hack. Maybe we need a non-hacky way to specify that. But this would keep it from being live until you call it, right? Or, you know, even, you know, that probably works, I guess. I haven't tried that. Anyway. But that liveness, that should be like an advanced how-to, I think. But we do this in a few places, right? Where, you know, you only need something for a few things, right? And it's worth pointing out again, when you namespace an import like this, it's pretty cheap if it's already imported. So you could have, if you have like 5 functions inside a module, right, that all want compiler or OpenGL or something else, you could just import it locally like this and not import it any other time. And it's totally fast, right? Because the slow thing is importing it the first time. Or, you know, if you don't do this and the module is huge, then it's kind of slow importing all the names, right? But if you do this, you don't import all the names. And so this is fast. So you can just do this, you know, inside a bunch of functions, and it's pretty fast and clean. Dead code elimination is kind of annoying for transient errors. Yeah, I mean, that's why. So in our test suite, we do a thing where we compile invaders with no dead code elimination, right? Let's run the tests. In fact, I bet tests has a set build options, and maybe it doesn't. Oh, if running at compile time. So let's do that. So invaders.exe just compiled. So for old time's sake, remember this from frickin' 2014? We're gonna get DMCA'd for this music though. All right. I should actually go in at some point and make better alien motion. It's pretty sad. The alien motion is sad. All right. How long did it take to program? I don't know, like a day, something like that. Maybe a little longer because I was getting all the libraries booted and stuff, right? Tighten up the graphics on level 3. A day? Yeah, I mean, something like that doesn't... Like a full day of work when you're working hard is a long time. People forget this because nobody actually works hard anymore. But like 8 hours of programming, you can do a lot. Maybe 2 days, I don't know, but it wasn't very long. Like definitely that's something you could do in a weekend game jam. Probably will be good only for 6 hours. That's false, dude. We have on this stream done multiple 6-hour streams in a day where we just crank and get stuff done. Don't listen to the Hacker News people who say you can only use your brain for 6 hours. That's fake. Fake news. Made to comfort people who don't have attention spans. You normally start work at 6:30 a.m. and by 9 a.m. you've done more work than all your colleagues do in a day. I believe it. Like if you actually work, like people don't actually work anymore, right? They sit, they have like Twitter open or something, or like YouTube. Like if you don't do that and you actually just sit there and focus and do stuff, you get so much done. Or Twitch, it's true. Yeah, it's funny because like on the one hand, you go to Hacker News and they're all convinced 10x programmers don't exist. But on the other hand, I am 10x myself on some days compared to other days, right? So it's like, it's not hard to imagine somebody who is 10x of one of your average days for their average. It's really not hard to imagine. You can crank, but it's bad for your mental health. I don't think that's true. If you get dizzy or something, I mean, A, yeah, maybe put a break in there, but B, you might have other habits that are making you dizzy. Like maybe you don't breathe very well when you're sitting. Like there's something about computers that make people anxious and hold their breath. Like I do that sometimes. So check that. Make sure your eating habits are good. Make sure you're relaxed, right? Like things that you attribute to one thing may be attributable to something else. Get a good chair. Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you have a good chair if you're going to be sitting in it that long. Yeah, like make sure you eat things that are nutritious. But like actually thinking for 8 hours is not that hard. Like, dude, the guys who like did famous things in history would think hard for way more than 8 hours. Like they would think hard for like 16 plus. Do I need to ever work again? No, I could retire and be lazy, but I don't want to do that. I want to do interesting things. Yeah, it could be vision. Like if your monitor is a little bit blurry, you could be getting eye strain from staring at it for 8 hours. Totally. Any tip for someone that dislikes their job and wants to go off to do their own thing? Is cranking during evenings after work the way to go? I mean, it depends. Like, it sounds like the reason you're not going off and doing your own thing is that you kind of can't, you still have to work your job to have income. if that's the reason, then maybe saving up money or doing something real fast to give you an extra buffer so that you could do your own thing is good. Um, if you have enough that you could take time off your work, but you just don't want to for like fear reasons, then that may determine the limit of what you're able to do, right? Because the thing is, you can crank during evenings after work on your own project. That's a thing that people do sometimes. It's a thing that I've done in the past. It's very hard to get big things done that way compared to if you're just able to work on them whenever you want and you're able to have them be top of mind and stuff. 8 hours here and there, but all the time, fuck no. No, like, look, if you don't work an 8-hour day, at least you're squandering your potential. Like after decades and when you're at retirement age, you will be a shadow of what you could have been if you had knuckled down and spent your time good, right? Like that's just true. Also, forget that your employer is paying you for frickin' 8 hours that you're not actually working. Like, no. What I would say, so in my personal experience, more than 13 hours a day for a sustained period is, that is hard for me. Like after about 8 or 9 hours of 13, I think it's around 8 or 9 days of 13.5 hour crank days. And by crank days, I mean like I'm working hard and I'm excited about it and I'm working as much as I can, except for like breaks and whatever, right? That to me is at more than 100%. I can't sustain that for like more than 10 days. However, that could also be because, again, of the stuff we were talking about. Maybe I wasn't relaxed enough and wasn't breathing well and whatever. So, yeah. So 13 and a half hours a day is, what is that a week, right? That's, it's like 94 hours, right? So that's about my limit is 94 hours a week. Yeah, 20-hour days for 14 days, definitely not like, okay, once you start not sleeping, that's very bad because you need sleep to operate well. Commute 1 to 2 hours? Who commutes for 2 hours? I guess I did for a little bit in life. That was bad though. Don't commute for 2 hours. That's a giant waste. Do I recommend working in the weekends? I mean, it depends on what you want to do in life, right? Do on weekends what you think is most valuable to your life. Used to code on a mini laptop during commute. I actually can't do that. I get a headache in a car when I try to read a book or use a computer. So, yeah, I can't do that. Work-life balance can't be overstated. I don't agree. Again, great figures from history would not have known what you mean by work-life balance usually. Like, work-life balance is a very new concept manufactured by a luxury-oriented society. Through almost none of human history did anyone have any idea of work-life balance, okay? That's a new idea. So you have to contextualize it for what it is. And just understand that it's a new idea made up by people recently, and then just whatever then you think about it is fine. But like, don't pretend it's like some human universal. Like, I bet, let's even do a Google trend search on this, right? Let's have fun with this. I don't do enough Google Trends searches. Work-life balance. For 2004 to present. No, it's actually mentioned in 2004. That's interesting. So can we go? How do we go to forever? What's the one that lets you search in books and stuff? Because that's what we actually want. We don't just want like web search, because I guess that's why it only goes back to 2004. Is there a way to like go back to 1900 or something? How do we do that? Do I enjoy reading fiction or nonfiction more? I probably like fiction more. Office work is something new. That's true. Yeah, most office jobs are bullshit, which is what's different. Google Ngram search. I'm actually curious about when this work-life balance, when did this originate? Yeah. So like you could imagine that people used a different phrase for this, but like, okay, this idea happened in 1990. There's a little bump. There's a tiny, tiny bump during World War II when people actually worked hard. And that's it. So for all, and this only goes back to 1800, all right? Imagine you expanded this back to like 30,000 BC, okay? You go from 30,000 BC up to here, and this thing is only a thing for there. Could this not be progress? I don't feel like it is. But, you know, again, think of it how you will. If you like the idea of work-life balance, that's great. Just understand it's a new idea that people just made up 30 years ago, and that wasn't even popular until like 15 years ago, right? You've seen arguments that people used to work only 3 days a week. I don't believe those arguments. There's a very obvious reason why they're not true, which is that if you're a tribe somewhere working 3 days a week and somebody else is a tribe working 6 days a week, they're going to kick your ass and take everything you own. And that has happened throughout human history, right? If you mean by centuries ago, if you mean like during the Middle Ages, that's definitely not true. Death of a Salesman was written more than 30 years ago. Historically, medieval peasants worked a lot of hours a day, but only worked 250 days a year. I don't think I believe that. Again, I mean, I believe that you read that somewhere, but I have seen a lot of recent history seems to be very revisionist or very based on wishful thinking without being sufficiently vigilant that they're not just like making stuff up, right? So I would really have to research that before I really believed it. Yeah, let's graph this against imposter syndrome, right? Oh, that started a little later. Yeah. Is there a way to like add these two trends? Because there's two different spellings, but you can sort of see. Yeah, it basically started ramping up around the same time. It's just not as popular of a trend. You can't manipulate statistics like you do and make argue. Are you saying I'm manipulating statistics? What am I manipulating? That sounds like a really weird accusation too. It sounds like you're saying I always have a habit of manipulating statistics, which again, if you're going to come here and insult me like that, I'm just going to kick you off the channel. No real evidence. I'm not saying there's evidence that these are related. I'm just saying it's funny that they seem to come out of about the same cultural trend. I'm not writing a research paper that imposter syndrome and work-life balance are related. Holy crap. This is exactly why I like the sub-only streams, honestly. Because stuff like this doesn't happen. Imposter syndrome started whenever society started gravitating toward bullshit, low value providing jobs. I think that's a little bit true, but there's a flip side of the coin, which is the flip side is something about just not valuing expertise, or like just thinking we can hire people into whatever position and they should do a good job or whatever, right? Anyway. Let's get back to programming. Yeah, work-life balance, it had a brief trend in the 40s and then went to zero again and then came up again, but it's pretty close to zero. Okay. So, we want to did we get rid of all the no check-ins? That's a very old file that we don't check in anyway. Okay, so we ran the tests. We ran invaders. That was fun. Let me just scan for... See, people do this a lot. Let's at least change the how-tos and the minimal metaprogram. Oh, that's in distribution. Yeah, that's the last beta that we're seeing there, so those don't count. So for now, because the how-tos are relevant, we're going to change those. Okay. and it is illegal to call after compilation has begun. You can only call it from a meta program before adding source. If calling from inside a program like this, we use the overload that takes a build options that can be set during compilation. Okay. Set build options. Do output is false. Okay. All right. No executable for this workspace. I mean, we could just have a function called no executable for this workspace, honestly. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that later. Okay. All right, so that's in workspaces. It's in 420 command line. Like, it's actually more characters right now because you have to type this frickin' name. $420, dude. $450. $460. $470 and $480 and $490. I hope I didn't screw this up. Because that'll be stupid. Dang it. Oh, wait, you don't put a semicolon there? See, I don't even know where to put semicolons, guys. Wait. All right. Okay, we're going to get... see what happens. Which ones did I forget? Have I moved yet? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Please listen to the people working underneath. What are you talking about? What? Elon Musk was not a part of PayPal? What are you talking about? What? You don't know anything. God, all right, sorry. I can't put up with this. Like, again, one thing that I don't put up with on this channel is rabid, incorrect dissing of people who actually do a great deal of work. It's like this meme. I know you think that what you're saying is true. It's really not true. If you actually go look at history, it's clearly not true. I don't put up with that specific thing in this channel. I simply don't. It's not about any particular individual. If anyone comes in here saying that kind of stuff about anyone who has worked that hard, it's not welcome here. I'm sorry. All right. Maybe I should let you put a semicolon there, but we're not going to worry about it. He's claiming Elon was fired from PayPal, which is completely false. Like, he didn't work $100 billion hard. How do you know? How do you know how hard $100 billion is? No person can generate that much value by themselves. How do you know? How do you know that? Prove it. Prove it. All right, fuck this. I just, guys, I have a very short temper for this kind of thing. I'm not going to put up with it. Like, it's like flat earthers almost, what you guys are saying. Because that would require them working 100 million times harder, or 100,000. No, that's not what it... Okay, look. Value creation is not directly a function of how hard you work, right? It's correlated. But the way that you measure the value generated from someone's work is, if that person had just bailed on it and stepped away, then how much value would have been created then? Okay. What is the difference between them doing that thing and them not being involved? And what you'll find throughout history is there are people who just figure stuff out that nobody else would have figured out, right? Or at least not for a long time, right? And those contributions are extremely valuable because together they represent almost the entire value held by society today. Okay? As many quadrillions of dollars as that is. Okay? I don't even know. Maybe it's pentillions. I don't frickin' know. So again, like somebody who just sits there and works an hourly job where they do the bullet points that you tell them to do is not the same thing as somebody who figures out very risky, very hard to think about, very difficult to plan things that nobody else would have thought about, or nobody else would have, people would have been too scared to execute on, or any of these things, right? That's how these large amounts of value get created mostly. Now, the whole like Wall Street speculation thing is different, and I don't really wish to defend that. What I am defending is technological developments absolutely can be worth that much. Absolutely, they can. Wealth wouldn't be possible to generate without those employees. Okay, yeah, sure, but that's not the same thing. You're not really understanding. Like, you're trying to be all communist about this, and I'm trying to be realist about it. All right. And the reason communism doesn't work is because it's not realist. Like, the realistic thing is there are some people where if they step away or you fire them or you kill them, the entire endeavor will fail. And there are other people where if something unfortunate happens or you fire them or whatever, you can find other people to do it. That's just how it is. And that's where these very large valuations come from, right? If you like fired Elon Musk as CEO of Tesla, the stock price would go down quite a lot. Okay. Now, there are middle grounds, of course, right? I'm not saying, there are people who work employee jobs who are also very, would be very, you would be very sad if you lose them, right? Definitely the case on the games we're doing, right? So I'm not wishing to like make some class hierarchy here. I'm just saying realistically, there are people who, if they get hit by a bus, the entire thing's over. All right. Or becomes a shadow of its former thing. And that's recognized legally, right? A lot of the times in legal documents, you have something like the key man clause, right? And you can argue about the gender of that phrasing. But look it up. There's such a thing as a key man clause in a contract, which is like, look, we're making this deal with you, but this deal, it's because of that guy or that woman over there. And like, if their situation changes, we are out of this deal. That's a common thing, actually. Super true. It's the case of your company, kill the CTO and you're done. Yes, absolutely. Right. And the thing is, so, if I'm the CEO of that company, I better make sure the CTO is happy and get well compensated, right? Otherwise, he might walk away and then the company's over. So this is the thing that you like. Again, you also get a perspective on this when you run a company. Like if you've never run a company, it's maybe hard to understand this, but it is definitely a thing. Like, look, if I get hit by a bus right now, if a bus comes flying, like say they're filming the new Speed 3, right? And Keanu Reeves jumps a bus off a bridge, but they miss and it comes flying through the 4th story window of my apartment and hits me. I mean, maybe the compiler could get released as open source and some stuff could happen, but the game probably doesn't get finished. Braid Anniversary Edition might, but like things kind of stop. Like it's just not good, right? Like I'm driving a lot of things right now. And that's just reality, right? Like you wouldn't get that good of a Sokoban game if I die right now. Like that's just how that is. Now, that said, I don't want it to seem like I'm bragging or something because I'm absolutely not. That's just a realist statement. But again, looking at someone like Elon Musk, he does way, in terms of value created for the world, like as measured in dollars, he does way, way, way more than people like me or almost anybody else, right? So like, I just don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it. Tesla would not fail if Elon was not around. I think if he quit or got killed, I think the company probably survives, but it doesn't, it ceases to be very future. Like, look at what's happening with Apple now, right? Like, Apple doesn't make exciting products anymore. They have a great deal of inertia because iPhone was so successful, but they just keep making iPhones, right? That's what happens to Tesla if Elon Musk gets hit by a bus. And the problem is the stock valuation of Tesla is not based on the current company. It's based on the future success of the company, right? So the stock will crash. Heard Elon is coming out with a Sokoban game. Yeah, I mean, imagine if I worked on something important instead of video games, right? Maybe I'll do that someday. At some point, though, some point I'm going to need some longevity drugs to do that because I turn 20 next year. Okay, are there any questions, on topic technical questions about what we have been doing? Because I think it's time to check this in. And then maybe I want to do some of the easy things, like that modules path is dirty and the workspace names. And then we'll go back and try to hit this overload thing. Let's make sure we can compile the game. Oh, that's a debug compiler, so let's make sure it's x64. Can you copy my brain and put me in VR? Look, if you can figure that out, then you have added way more value to the world than me. So you should copy your brain and put it into VR. Have I seen Peter Attia's work on health and longevity? A little bit, but there's just so much stuff. It's hard to know who to pay attention to, right? Yeah, let me warm up some water. Do I think Carmack will join SpaceX? No, I think John is happy doing his own thing. Like, SpaceX is kind of, if I were him, and I don't know his thoughts on this, but like, look, first of all, he's kind of an individual guy who likes to lead his own things, right? Or like, I don't think he likes to run companies, right? Which is probably why he didn't run id or Oculus, right? But like, I think he likes to have a say over what gets built, right? And again, that's me projecting. That's not his words. But like SpaceX, it's kind of defined what they're doing, right? It's set up already. And very big, very outsized contributions come from things that aren't set up yet, right? So like he's working on AI. He's got his own approach to it that's different from what other organizations are doing. And that's a place to have a very like founding level outsized contribution to the field, right? If he manages to succeed there. So I totally get why that's a thing that he wants to do. Like SpaceX is very cool, but like a lot of people can go in and be lead programmer at SpaceX or whatever. John doesn't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like we need, so people as talented as John Carmack, we need them to start new stuff that's not well defined. Okay. And failure rate on that kind of endeavor is high, right? But again, it's very hard to create new areas of work and new fields. And once they're established, it's just easier to figure out what to do in them, and you can get more people in there. That's just how that is. So, I think we need him pioneering new stuff. I don't think we need him being, SpaceX tech lead or whatever. Okay, any actual on-topic questions about the things that we are doing? I'm sorry I got derailed by an off-topic question. Did we port Tekla Atlas? I don't think so. We probably will at some point. Like right now, if there's substantial libraries like that that we don't need to modify, we just kind of leave them in C++ because it's easier. Like I could imagine at some point we're going to change our light mapping or something. If you do A comma B with foo returning two values of the same type, and you later change your mind and make foo return only one value, does the compiler silently return that compound declaration into cloning the same value? No, it does not. No, that is an error by design. I think. I'm pretty sure I made that an error. I think it's an error. I don't actually remember. If it clones it, it's not as bad as you would think in some cases because things won't type check if they were different types, and they're usually different types. But I'm pretty sure I decided early on to make that an error. Like if it's a procedure call on the right, then it's just not a cloning ever. That said, even if I originally did that, I might have broken it too because we changed it so many times. Okay, we got our Bengal spice. It errors, yeah, okay. Good. Because that was the whole thing. Like, that's the whole reason. Like, when I designed this feature, I was very concerned about that kind of, like, sliding invisibly into a mistake, right? By changing code later. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So we're going to check this in because nobody cares enough to have questions. They all want to talk about Elon Musk. We're just going to say I probably have a no check-in somewhere that I'm not thinking about, but we're going to say added this thing. Look at all these file changes, and we're going to have many more later because a lot of the examples and stuff still do the old thing and are getting a warning, and you just don't see it. Let's make sure that warning works actually, right? Let's find one of the things that still does no output. So if I compile, like module info is pretty simple, right? Okay. Warning, calling a set build options during compile time is deprecated. Please switch to the overload that takes a build options that can be set during compilation. Okay. That's fine. This procedure is deprecated. Use find index from left instead. Okay. You know, we need to do a deprecation sweep on all these things. Like a warning sweep. Okay. Okay. So we established that that works. Okay, so let's clean up this modules path is dirty. We added some complexity to the compiler, so let's remove some. Oh, wait. Wait. Is this actually used? It's actually used. Let's see. We could probably do... So the setup modules path, where does that happen? Start one import. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to assert instead of this, instead of setting this, we're going to say assert, whoops. This just means we haven't set this up, and we're going to do this everywhere and run the tests again. Great. Great. Okay, so is dirty. Make that go away. Get rid of that. We're going to say we don't need to free anything because it is not set up. Why doesn't this add modules slash? That's weird. Okay, so this modules path is dirty. Create workspace. Yeah, that's, look, first of all, it defaults to true. Second of all, etc. Oh, this is where we set it. In here. Okay. Whoops, that's the wrong compiler. Oh. Oh, right. Oh. Okay. Shoot. Okay. This needs to be a little bit different. It's fine. Okay. Let's make sure that works. You know, all the things we do just to simplify. Yeah, making a compiler is definitely easier than making a game. I mean, this particular compiler gets pretty hard sometimes because some of the feature set is very challenging, but it's still easier than a game. Can metaprograms modify existing code? Yes. How does this work for stuff that might be called during the metaprogram? You can only modify the code of somebody else. So by the time you're running, your code is compiled, obviously, because that's what's running. So you would have somebody else compile you and change your stuff. Why do people make a programming language? If nobody ever made a programming language, how would you program? Why would I have an opinion on NeoVim, whatever that even is? It's Neo and Vim. Okay, great. Okay, so commit remove modules path is dirty. Very good. Now, when we output error messages, I want to use the workspace name that you set because that may be more meaningful to people than the than just the number. So we're going to say we're going to say, first of all, workspace name see here we like do this manually. Where do we set workspace name? There we go. Create workspace. So we do put a terminating 0 here. Well, wait, hold on. Is that really the right overload? Yeah. This puts a terminating 0 at the end, which helps us maintain guarantees about compiler created strings. Okay. What was I just... The copy string Places it terminating 0. So we are good there. Okay, I'm going to go into interp.h. And also, workspace name and say this is 0 terminated for easy printing from C++. Okay. If all right, else okay, we're just going to say unnamed for now. Maybe later it's better not to put the parents fudge, dude. All right, so here we go. Now we're going to go Autodesk is get workspace description, defer free desk. Let's just say S. And then S. Okay. Whoops. Interp. Oh, wait. This time we can't actually do it. Because it doesn't exist. So like, okay, yeah, obviously, but where were we doing this manually? Okay, so here, for example, we're doing it manually. So here, we're going to say dang it. Emacs never has what I want. Okay, so we're going to say get workspace description of interp. Really of this. Defer free S. And then we'll do stuff like this not manually. In %S and S. We got to move this to the top. And we'll put the number here. We'll take the number out. That's fine. Okay, that was the only time I think that we were doing that manually. So now, oh, what? Wait. Okay. We don't have the name for whatever this workspace was anymore. Okay. Okay. Does not exist. Okay, here we'll go %s has already started running, comma s. I'm probably going to screw up one of these, right? Right. So workspaces that don't exist. Wait. Okay. Here we go. S %s. S. I'm getting hungry. I might want to go take a lunch break soon. Whoops, no, that's another, we can't find it. We should maybe make a separate function for that so I don't keep, like invalid workspace handles, we can't do this for because they don't exist. Okay, but the ones where they do exist, we can do it. So here we're doing the name manually again. Oh wait, no, that's the target name. I really should have tested this a little more before pasting it everywhere. Okay. 2196, this. That was wrong anyway. Like, It's quite possible to make that. We should do a sweep when we're done here to double check. Double check. Double check. Don't read the chat right now? Okay, I won't. I will not read the chat right now. Okay, so if I go in there and make a goof, all right, so if I go into here and say blah, 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 we don't get an in workspace whatever. Let's fix this, by the way, while we're at it. Like, what if I do this? We don't say in workspace, whatever. All right, I have to take control here. I'm sorry. If these are serious questions, you need to do a web search about C++ on the internet. We can't. This is not an appropriate forum for asking that kind of question. Okay. It did say workspace. Wait, what? No, it didn't. I forget when. Oh, here. Here it does. But that's a different thing, actually. You know what? Let's change that. See, I'm doing it manually here. Okay. Okay, so that's a good test of this. Ugh. All right, well, that's not visible from here. So GG's on that. Okay. So this is the standard way that we're printing the number and then the name. And we can change that, but it'll change for everything. So let's do, let's call one of these incorrectly. Oh, well, let's call set build options incorrectly, right? So if I go into here, all right, and I go run, options is get build options and set build options. That should tell us that that ain't legal. Yep, workspace 3 fast has already started running, so its options cannot be changed except to change. There we go. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's see if this still works, by the way. Lol, 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 lol. We haven't tried this in a couple months. Okay, ready? Dang it. Oh, we're calling something. We're calling something that we can't DLL right now. Hold on. The audio library we don't have DLLs for. Reload sound aux sends. Wait, that's supposed to work. Wait, what? What's going on? What's going on here? Attempt to call a foreign procedure at compile time. There's a space before the comma. That's correct, actually. This is like a syntactical decorator that goes on the thing. I know it looks weird. It's correct, though. Wait, what? Is this returning something wrong? What is happening? What is happening? Quote it? I mean, sometimes I quote things, but sometimes it just turns into a mess of punctuation. It's saying at compile time is true. Okay. Why is not at compile time not working? Oh, because we changed what returned means inside a macro. This now has to be backtick return. That's why. I hope the people from the beta saw that. We call WYs again. So this is actually something new. Update selected hero sound. All right, well. Return from macro no longer means return from caller. No, because you could imagine if you have a function and you just change it back and forth between being a macro or not, you don't want the meanings of statements like return to change dramatically based on whether it's a macro or not, right? So return now returns from the macro back to the calling site, just like it would for a function. All right, guys, the frame rate is not very high. But I'm playing an entire video game at compile time. Let me just point that out. That is bananas. Yes, it is bananas. You are correct. Doing things is slow because loading assets is a lot slower and stuff. But, you know, here's our editor. And you know, we can drag stuff around and work on it and woo. So that's fun. Const expert can suck it. That is true. Yeah, it's still compiling. Like if you look back, we ran the compiler. It is still compiling. And I'll quit the game. And then it finishes compiling. Lol. Lol. Still faster than the C++ compiler, probably. That would be a pretty good joke if I ever did a presentation of this. Okay, so we get to tell the people in error messages for compiler procedures, report the workspace name in addition to the number whenever the workspace exists. That is value for the people. Okay, let's make sure. Oh, whoops. Lol. Okay, so all right. So now we can actually compile Sokoban again without running it. So that's good. It still does take us a long time to boot all the shaders. Did I do the talk? No, I think I got confused about when it was. The talk I'm doing is Saturday. And I started prepping for it, and I just hate giving talks, man. Do the other developers add their patch notes as they go? One of them does. The assembly ones I have been adding in. We just haven't established a convention for that. Where's the talk? It is not a public talk. Not a public talk. What is the talk about? It's about how software is in a state of deep crisis. Crisis. Maximum armor. Yeah, I think we're going to ship a beta tonight, but I want to work on this overloading thing first. But not now, because I want to go to lunch. Wait, did the test come past? All right. So. Okay, thank you everybody for coming by. We'll probably stream again later today. Yeah, my talk is going to be me wearing a dress that says tax the rich, and I'm going to be talking about how capitalism is bad. All right, thanks everybody. We'll be back later. See ya. See ya.